Yeah. Court will come to order. It is Monday, November the 13th, 2023. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Kerr County Court is now in session. If you would, please stand for the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Lex.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for the recent rains that you've blessed us with. We would like some more. We're always a little bit greedy there, but we certainly appreciate what you've done so far. We'd like to ask that you help, calm some of the tensions down around the world. Ask that you look after first responders locally and all over the nation and the world. And yet, please help guide this court and our decisions today. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated. I'll remind everyone to please turn your cell phones off or to vibrate so they don't interrupt the proceedings. And the first order of business that we do in regular commissioner court meetings is public input. If you want to talk about something that has an agenda item, wait till that item is called. If it's not on the agenda, then this will be the opportunity for public input. Remember, this is just input. We don't get to get any response. We ask that you identify yourself and limit your remarks to no more than 3 minutes. And the only one I've got signed up is George Ruby.
George Brody, 1616 Glen Road. So you had asked me what brought me in today. Well, it was a letter that I was seeing on Facebook regarding a situation that's already passed, but can inform kind of maybe what you should be doing in the future. Through the whole precinct 1 commissioner issue, people kept asking things of the court, and Judge, you were telling us all that it's out of our hands. It's nothing. We don't have anything to do here. And then we find that behind the scenes, you actually were doing something, effective or not. Nobody's ever going to know. But the disturbing part of it was that the letter says you were requesting information. In theory, you were requesting information, an update of the situation from the DA's office, and you make the statement that if this isn't resolved locally, we need to send it to the Attorney General's office. When you say we need, that's including you, and that inserts you into the directive of what needs to happen in a case that you were publicly stating you had nothing to do with. In the future, again, I've said it before, if you don't have anything to do with it, then refer the people to the place that does, rather than say something about it. And the other is, don't get involved in it if you're not supposed to be. I'm not really sure what lawyer ethics are involved here, but my guess is one got crossed when you're reaching out to something. And I'm saying, I don't know what they are, so there's really no issue there. But I will tell you, as a voter of Precinct 1, the way that whole situation has been handled, where we effectively were disenfranchised and replaced by the vote of one person, which ultimately was you, to find out that you were attempting to direct it, is more than a little disturbing. And I'm hoping somebody does a little more looking into that as well. Thank you.
Any other public input? With that, we'll move on to commissioners' comments. And we traditionally do this with Precinct 1 going first, so this will be your first opportunity to offer comment to the public.
You could have warned me that I was going to have to do that.
And you can have no comment.
It's just talking about something maybe going on with the precinct.
Well, I was fortunate to attend a veterans service over at St. Peter's on Friday night. Enjoyed seeing everybody there, and wanted to say one more thank you for all of our veterans. And I look forward to representing Precinct 1. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Precinct 2.
Hey, we're very grateful for the rain, and as Commissioner Lex said, we're praying for more. I'm glad to see that the county is now in drought stage 3. I had the privilege of attending the VA car show that was over at the VA hospital, and it was, I think, a very successful event. They had a good turnout despite what was not the best of weather for it. So it was an opportunity to thank all of our veterans for their service, which I'll reiterate again, thank you. And was able to talk to the group a little bit about our upcoming sidewalk project, the Veterans Pathway. And so that was received nicely, and we look forward to hopefully that project being concluded by Memorial Day. That's really all.
Okay. This is great.
I don't know a whole lot. I just want to thank our maintenance staff for working on the Christmas decorations on the courthouse square, and this is being done with the absence of Mike Grinstead, who usually does that, or kind of takes the lead on that, but Shane's and his group are taking care of that. And the other thing is that being at Longhorn, we had to smile a little bit that the Aggies are without a coach again.
A rich coach.
$76 million.
That's it.
All right. God, y'all checked an awful lot of the boxes already. But I dumped out 6/10 of an inch the rain gauge this morning here at the courthouse. It's about the same as I had at the house. Friday, I had the opportunity to go to the ribbon cutting for Schreiner University's aviation program, and it was a good turnout, and we're all excited about that new venture for them. And that's about all. I would say that with the holidays coming up, Thanksgiving around the corner, I encourage everybody to drive safely. I know there'll be a lot of traffic, so that's it, Judge.
Okay. So let's move on to the consideration agenda. First item of business is item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the bond for Kerr County Clerk Ian Collins. We just received that less than 15 minutes ago.
Hot off the press.
So it did.
Put it on the agenda.
Well, we were hoping we would get it in time.
I move for approval.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second to approve the bond as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, I'm going to step down front, and Ian, if you would, I see your father's here, and I don't see your mother.
Just busy this morning.
Pardon? I know there'll be some photographs taken, so everybody get ready. Okay, let me get you right here in front, Ian. And I'm going to put a pen in your hand because you're going to need it, or put it there on the table so you can do it. There are two oaths that we have to give, and I'm going to give the less important one first, okay? Because this is not the one you're going to take the photograph of. This is the non-corruption oath that the state of Texas requires. Okay? So if you would, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, state your name,
I, Ian Collins,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I have not directly
that I have not directly
or indirectly
or indirectly
paid,
paid,
offered,
offered,
promised to pay,
promised to pay,
contributed,
contributed,
promised to contribute
promised to contribute
any money or thing of value,
any money or thing of value,
or promise any public office or employment
or promise any public office or employment
for the giving of or withholding of a vote
for the giving of or withholding of a vote
at the election which I was elected
at the election of which I was elected
as a reward to secure my appointment
as a reward to secure my appointment
or confirmation,
or confirmation,
whichever the case may be.
whichever the case may be.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to let you go ahead and sign. Pardon?
This is worse
Get
than-
married.
Tougher, I would say worse, tougher than wedding vows.
You're right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the best signature.
That's all right. Now, with the photographers, here we go. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Ian Collins,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duties
execute the duties
of the office of Kerr County Clerk
of the office of Kerr County Clerk
of the State of Texas
of the State of Texas
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I have in this folder here your bond, which you'll need to take back and have one of your clerks notarize your signature
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
and get the paperwork all in. And
I
I'll
will,
get-
I'll get that.
And just give that back to Jody.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you very much, sir.
Welcome back to your seat.
Yeah.
And
It's
get to
calling
work.
for me. Thank you.
Okay, item 1.2 on the agenda is to recognize Precinct 3 Constable Paul Gonzalez for completing the Leadership College. Mr. Hernandez. You got a grandbaby dog.
Good morning. I'm going to read this little statement. Kerr County Constable for Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez, was part of class number 18 at the Bill Blackwood Law Enforcement Management Institute of Texas, which is under the Criminal Justice Center at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville. The program is completed in 3 modules equaling 100 hours of instruction that was broken up during the months of January, April, and October. Some of the topics covered were team building, conflict resolution, community engagement, internal affairs investigations, just to name a few. Otherwise, we would be here for a while. Class number 18 graduated on Friday, October the 27th with 23 participants. Paul Gonzalez of Precinct 3 now joins an elite 2% of the state's constables to graduate from the program. Please join me in congratulating Paul Gonzalez.
I'm asking Paul to step up to the podium so the public can see him on YouTube. Those of you who are in the courtroom can see him. And I want you to see the uniform that he's designed for Precinct 3. Very sharp. Paul has really stepped up our constable, Precinct 3. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for the citizens in the courtroom. I am honored to have been selected for the Texas Constables Leadership College. I'm very humbled for the recognition, and there's still a lot of work to be done in the constable's office, and I look forward to continuing to serve the citizens of this county. It just so happens that this year is my 30th year in serving as a public servant, and so I'm very proud of that. I will have some news here in the near future regarding the patch that was designed for the constables of Kerr County. But I do want to share a powerful quote from a noteworthy leader. And that is, "Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail." And that's from Ralph Waldo Emerson. So that's my mission, is to continue to grow professional development. And in order to do that, must attend trainings to stay on top of what's now become a revolving law enforcement career with all the changes that law enforcement has faced every year. So I thank you all for the recognition. Thank you.
And for those of you that don't know, Paul taught the Citizens Police Academy and actually taught me many years ago. Very, very, very good leader.
Judge, if
We've
I
got
could
a
have
plaque
you
to
present the plaque.
present. Yeah.
Plaque, where's the plaque?
Right down here.
Okay. Stay with us. It works best.
Yeah.
Shake your hand. That's it. There we go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you.
Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the request from the Jewish community of the Hill Country to use the courthouse grounds for a Hanukkah menorah lighting ceremony on December 10, 2023, from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Greg Bitkow.
Good morning. We would like to do this. This will be our 5th or 6th time doing this. And this year will be a little bit different because this is actually the 40th anniversary of the Jewish community of the Hill Country. and I'm actually the remaining founding member, as a matter of fact. So, so this is going to be a very important year for us, and it's a community-wide attended celebration, and it lasts about an hour. In fact, this year, the Kerrville Board of Realtors is going to be serving hot coffee and hot chocolate and so on. That's something we hadn't done before. And 4 members of the New Buddy Holly Band will be providing live music, just by chance, as a matter of fact. So we had discussed in our last board meeting, talking and asking to either get a couple of sheriff's deputies or police officers on site, that might be a safe idea to at least consider, and I can contact them myself. But it'll be advertised, so the whole community is certainly welcome. And the menorah we had made a year or so ago in Israel. It's 12 feet high. And last year was the first year it went up. And so it stays up through the end of the year like all the Christmas decorations. So we just ask for approval to move forward and do that.
I'd move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve use of the courthouse grounds for the Jewish community of the Hill Country's Hanukkah Memorial Lighting Ceremony on December 10th. Any discussion?
This year's important in a lot of different ways.
I agree completely. We'll be there for you. With that, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item, thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 1.4, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the request to use the courthouse, Kerr County Courthouse grounds for the Cowboy Breakfast sponsored by the Kerr County Stock Show Association. Cowboy Breakfast will be from 6 a.m. to 7:45 a.m. on January 2nd. And Kristen Weaver, you don't look the same.
Kristen's unavoidably, she's on the road delivering livestock this morning. So, my name's Charlie McElvain. I live at 128 Mesa del Sol here in Kerrville. I'm the co-chair of the Cowboy Breakfast. And after a 3-year hiatus beginning with COVID, the breakfast is coming back on January 2nd. The public is invited. Our intent is to return to a traditional Christmas or a traditional cowboy breakfast, including hosting the event here at the Kerr County Courthouse. And I'm here this morning to request the use of the courthouse parking lot and the grounds the morning of January 2nd for that purpose.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve use of the courthouse grounds for the Cowboy Breakfast on January 2nd. Commissioner Overby, you need to know.
Do I need to practice my couch?
Yes,
that there will be games.
Okay.
Next item I was going to bring up is that, as I mentioned, we are returning to the traditional cowboy breakfast, which includes cow chip tossing
Okay.
and wild goat milking.
Oh.
And so we encourage the commissioners to participate in the cow chip toss this year and challenge the Kerrville City Council on that task.
That's a lot better than those bouncy toys we had that year.
Got a reprieve on the bounce.
The couch chip or the,
I'm the reigning champion. I'll have
We
you
are there
know.
for the public's entertainment.
oh, dress appropriately.
Yes.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
We need to
Oh,
vote.
we need to vote on it.
We
We've already got a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.5. This is an annual report from the Kerr County Sexual Assault Response Team. I've already thanked them personally. These people have done yeoman's duty, let me tell you.
Good morning, I'm Kim Molden from Hill Country Crisis Council Kids Advocacy Place. For those of you who do not know, Hill Country Crisis Council is your local services for survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. And Kids Advocacy Place is your local children's advocacy center that serves children who have outcried sexual abuse. And I'm here to present the first biannual report from the Kerr County Sexual Assault Response Team. Just to give a little bit of history, Senate Bill 476 took effect September 1st, 2021, and that required every Texas county to form a sexual assault response team with the goal of creating statewide infrastructure of resources, awareness, connection, and coordination to address sex crimes locally. Texas Local Government Code Chapter 351, Subchapter J, requires each Commissioner's Court of a county to establish an adult sexual response team, or a SART, who report to the court at the end of each odd-numbered year. A SART is a formalized coordinated response to sexual assault that allows multidisciplinary professionals to coordinate and develop interagency responses to address sexual assault and to provide wraparound victim support to victims of this crime. And there are 5 mandatory components of a SART, and those are city and county law enforcement, medical services, a rape crisis center, mental health services, and prosecution. Our Kerr County SART began formation in July of 2022 with the Honorable Judge Kelly, Pam Peter, Heather Stebbins, Suzanne Tomerlin, and myself reviewing the requirements set forth by the legislature and strategizing a plan. And we worked to craft initial protocols for the SART, and we did the legwork to foster participation from all the required members. And the first formal Kerr County SART meeting was held January 11th of this year, and has since met quarterly on the second Wednesday of the month at 10 a.m. in the Sheriff's Office training room. Official members of our Kerr County SART are Aubrey Reed and Shay Spencer from Mercy Gate Ministries, Carl Arredondo from the Kerr County Sheriff's Department, Jonathan Klein from Kerrville Police Department, Lisa King and Wendy Stone from Peterson Health, District Attorneys Lucy Wilkie and Stephen Harpold, and Suzanne Tomerlin and myself from Hill Country Crisis Council. Highlights from the biannual report, which I'm prepared to submit, are of all the members involved, we all had an observed increase in the report of sexual assault, both formally to law enforcement and informally to Peterson, Mercy Gate Ministries, and Hill Country Crisis Council. Second is we noted an increase in the number of elderly reports of sexual assault and advocacy services requested by elderly survivors. Law enforcement and Peterson both report that having Hill Country Crisis Council advocate present at their sexual assault nursing exams and at law enforcement interview are helpful for both the victim and the provider. And from January to September of 23, the following offices provided services. The Kerrville Sheriff's Office responded to 17 survivors of sexual assault, 15 female and 2 male. The Kerrville Police Department responded to 14 survivors, all female. Mercy Gate Ministries provided services to 77 survivors, all female. Peterson Hospital provided medical and/or sexual assault nurse exam services to 7 adult survivors, 6 female and 1 male. And Hill Country Crisis Council provided counseling and advocacy to 55 Kerr County survivors, 52 females and 4 males, and provided emergency shelter to 8 of these survivors. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
If you recall, this was a legislative mandate that I didn't know about until they brought it to my attention. By then, we were already 6 months late on getting it put together. So this has been a real hustle effort to get it done and get the report off to the state.
But we did it.
We did. You did. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and it's just a report. There's nothing for us, no action for us to take.
No action for you to take. Do I submit to? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is 1.6. Consider discussion.
Should we accept it even though we don't have any action on it? Does it have to go on to the state? Is it filed under the state, or is it kept locally?
The statute has us sending it to the state, so we've already been directed to do it. If we can accept it.
Wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
I think most of we accept the Kerr County Sexual Assault Response Team report.
There's a motion and a second to accept the SART report as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Now we'll move on to item 1.6. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to approve the Kerr County Jury Selection Plan to comply with Chapter 62 of the Texas Government Code. County Judge and Commissioners to sign plan as presented. This plan shall supersede any plan previously adopted and plan to be filed with the Secretary of State on or before December 1 of this year. Ms. Lance.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is something that has become forefront, that we do have to have a jury plan, which we did have a jury plan on file. It's just been outdated. But now the state is requiring us to file our plan with them every year if it has any changes. So I'm just requesting the court to accept our plan.
And this is signed by all of us.
And it's been signed by the district judges as well.
Here we go.
All I'll move to approve the Kerr County jury selection plan as presented.
Second.
Oh, man. Give a second.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second?
What's your second, sir?
Second. The Kerr County jury selection plan. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Nance.
And also it was reviewed by the county attorney, so.
Yes.
So thank you.
Later.
I'm trying to get before we get away from it. Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a master service agreement with Pictometry International Corporation, DBA Eagle View, for aerial photography and cloud-based access to same. Scott Lambert.
Yes.
I did not know what pictometry was.
Okay, so Eagle View provides pictures of the county at different resolutions and the city. So this will be a multi-group contract with the city, CAD, can't catch them all here.
Cape Cod?
Yeah, K-Pub, and they'll all be using it. Now, the entities in the county that use it, environmental health, road and bridge, engineering, tax,
And I think our VFDs do too, don't they?
sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office, definitely. But what this is this is an add-on to the existing contract, and it'll replace the remaining 3 years of the existing contract and give us another 6 years. I don't know, you might want to know, there is a price difference payable over years, but it's been reviewed by the county attorney. It's just, you know, a change in price and a change in the years that are coming.
What's the change of price again?
$12,699 per year. And that'll be paid out over the next 6 years.
What was the old price?
Yeah, so the old price was what, 12? Or no, it was 9. 9 and change. I'd have to find the exact number.
Someone up $3,000 a year.
Yes.
Much higher resolution.
Yeah. They are stepping up the resolution, and that really helps for, you know, the county resolution, you know, is that a tree or a telephone pole? That's where it helps in that.
Sheriff, have you looked at this new and improved plan?
No, I haven't. Well, if, you know, it's the same engine, it's web-based. Everyone in the county with an account can log into it and look at it. Like I said, it's something that gets used extensively.
Road Bridge uses it daily.
Sure.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the master service agreement of Eagle View as presented.
Just a quick question, I presume that by all the entities going together, it saves
Quite a bit.
quite a bit of money rather
Yeah,
than.
they pay the same amount.
I guess, I mean, it's pretty pricey. The total is $63,000.
Right.
Yes, each of us are paying the $12.
That's right.
Yeah, to add up to, yeah.
Anyway.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the state mandated cybersecurity training courses offered by the Texas Association of Counties. Mr. Lambert.
So this is the same cybersecurity course that we've been taking for the last, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. 3? Only 3?
It seems like quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody has to take it that touches a county computer. It is a mandate. This year it's gonna cost money.
No, naturally.
So it'd be $5 per user. So every employee that touches, that is required to take this course because of their job will need to take it. So what I have here is just the,
Yeah. You pay for your torture.
yes, so what I have here is just the authorization. We'll have to get the final count on numbers, but just to get the ball rolling, we have to turn this into the state.
Is this online training or is it in-person training?
It's online training.
This has to be done by June each year? Correct.
Something like that. It's quick. and
But it's
easy.
not all the employees, it's just the ones that have computers.
Which is mostly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably 96%.
Yeah.
Maybe road and bridge.
Okay.
And Road and Bridge, a lot of them have email accounts, so.
Do I make a motion? I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the state mandated cybersecurity training course as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
This is my last time I have to do this. Bruce will be happy to hear that.
Here we go.
Item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from the City of Kerrville Main Street Advisory Board and the Kerr County Historical Commission to place signage recognizing the Kerr County Courthouse as part of the downtown walking tour project at no cost to the county. Mr. Overby.
Oh, I thought you said Mr. Overby for a second, but you said Commissioner. I'm familiar
From
with
one over
this. Yeah. The city reached out to me because I served on this Kerrville Main Street. This is a pretty cool project. There's a lot of already historic buildings in Kerrville as part of this walking tour. Visitors or constituents can walk up and scan the QR code and get more information about the building. It would be installed on the courthouse. They probably would rather it be on a big corner, but there's zero maintenance and zero cost to the county to have it installed as part of this tour.
Sounds good.
And you make a motion?
I will make a motion that we approve 1.9 for that.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the request for Kerr County Courthouse to be included in the downtown walking tour.
You might have mentioned to have them get the Shane and maintenance as to where they put it.
I was gonna say, is that our contact? Okay, got
They
it.
know the courthouse grounds goes through there.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Judge, can I say something real quick? And I should have done this months ago. There's a couple people that watch us on YouTube that complain that we talk too soft up here. So just, I gotta remind myself every so often.
Well, I've had people ask me to get multiple ones of these microphones so that it's closer to us.
It would probably help them out there, but I just thought I'd throw that out real quick. A reminder for all of us.
Thank you.
So, talk to the box. Okay. We took a vote on that, didn't we?
Yes.
Good. Let's move on to item 1.10. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve contracts with CASA, the court-appointed special advocates, K-Star, Diedrich Center, Turtle Creek Volunteer Fire Department, Center Point Volunteer Fire Department, and Pierre Linda Volunteer Fire Department. And these are house cleaning matters that we just need to have approved annually.
There'll be more to come.
And I put them on the agenda so we can get this batch of them out of the way.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contracts as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.11, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set the Kerr County Christmas party for December 15, 2023.
I move for approval.
I didn't pick this date, but we know who did.
Second.
What time is the Christmas party?
It's lunch.
It's lunch.
Yeah. There'll be some people over there probably cooking. I mean, you get there.
Well, we got it catered now.
Okay. Catered this year?
Go ahead, has been.
But the elected officials are asked to contribute to cover the cost.
Yeah.
Contribute cash or contribute food?
Cash.
Cash.
Just a reminder to all
No
the elected
cookies.
officials.
I'm trying to warn you, the things that Don and I learned the hard way. We call it the secret playbook they didn't give us.
Gotcha.
I told her about that.
Okay, is there a motion?
We are.
Don, and I second.
Okay, got the motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on implementation of the burn ban. This goes back to each one of the precinct commissioners. We have to renew it.
I move for approval.
We do this on a regular basis. It recurs.
Okay.
Explain what we're doing to go over. What we do, we keep the burn ban on permanently. It's just because of where we live, and then each commissioner can suspend it
Okay.
for the precinct.
One way or the
Which is good to bring up, because other counties, it's all or none. They don't divide it up by precinct. And so if you get this rain and you don't have another commissioner's court for a while, it doesn't get changed till the commissioners all get together. So we have more control here, especially mine out there as large as we are. And then the other side of the county is different. They might not get any rain and we get some or vice versa. So I like the way we do it.
And generally, we communicate with our fire departments or keep
Yes.
track of it through different sources.
And to clarify for the YouTube public, what this is a delegation of authority. The court has the authority to control the burn ban, and we have the authority to do it countywide. What this delegation is we delegate it to the commissioners and allow it to be handled on a precinct by precinct basis, which is much more responsive to the public.
For example, I have 4 different volunteer fire departments out there, and I get a consensus from them when we change it one way or the other.
Is it statutory that it's renewed every 90 days or what?
No, that's just been
No, I think I believe it is. I think the burn ban can only be in place for 90 days straight. If we keep it on, then it's suspended.
because we keep it on, that's why
Right.
we revisit every 90 days. So we have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the interlocal agreement for the improvement of Al Mooney Road from its intersection with Peterson Farm Road to the intersection with Memorial Boulevard, which is State Highway 27, and a portion of Peterson Farm Road from its 300 block to the intersection with Al Mooney Road. This is a request from Economic Development to improve that road with the activities that are going on out there right now.
We can't go into a lot of the details of the actual entity. It's economic development. If the company that's looking at doing some expansion or building in that area comes, that the road needs to be improved. If the company doesn't come, there's no agreement to do the road.
That's not what the interlocal agreement says.
Yeah,
That's my
there's an out. There's several outs in the actual
I need
agreement.
to read it again and point it out to me.
Heather, in my case, worked at law, and I had some input into it, and the judge did. But there are several outs in the county. It's a city road. The other option if the company comes in is for us to work on Peterson Farm Road. This is a far better option than Peterson Farm Road because the city and county own the right of way on both sides, and Peterson Farm Road, we do not own the right of way. A little bit unusual for us to jointly do a city road, but we have the ability to do it. The cost of this, if the company chooses to come to Kerrville, combination of the property tax and the sales tax will pay for this cost in 3 to 4 years. So it's covered. There are some concerns about it being on the approach to runway, whichever main runway, 312. Runway 12. However, we will work with TxDOT on that, and we'll actually even ask TxDOT to help pay for it if they want us to modify something. But it's something that there are some outs in it on the funding side.
If you would point out those clauses in the agreement, or county attorney, you would like? I read this last night, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, Rich, I'll tell you, I walked in here this morning against this. And visited with one-on-one with Commissioner Letts this morning and changed my tune. I told him I was gonna be a hard sell, and he convinced me because of some of these things that he's talking about.
Well, obviously, I wouldn't want to spend our tax dollars if this project doesn't go ahead. And if
Agree.
backs out.
Exactly.
My understanding is this thing is not a done deal yet.
Oh, of course not.
It is not.
And so
It's
I
supposed
wanted
to be done next month. And the last
I know that
piece,
the
the
city
city
council is
council.
having a hearing this afternoon, which I plan to attend. But I still had a number of questions that I would love for the Economic Investment Corporation to address, which is water consumption, the number of trucks per days, noise, dust, lights, typical, any kind of new manufacturing facility that folks in the immediate vicinity.
Then I agree. Some of those
would
things.
like answers to those questions.
Some of those
before we
things-
make a commitment.
Some of those things, especially it's in your precinct.
And people are
Noise
asking.
and stuff like that, I think that should be ironed out before anything, any groundbreaking, rather than getting them here and then try to fight it.
Well, I've asked those questions of,
Yeah.
you know, representatives from the city and the Economic Development Board, but I haven't received any.
Heather, I'm looking for where we worded this.
Would you like to go into a closed session and receive?
We can go to executive session, discuss it in more detail.
Later on, pass on it just for now till,
Well,
can we?
let's talk about the dilemma of scheduling board. Everybody likes timed items. If you look at this agenda, we start with a 10 o'clock timed item, we're still 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. And we can't talk about any of those things until 10 o'clock.
Right.
And then we have just very few that are untimed. But we can knock those out. This is how we get to skipping around on the agendas, is when we have this many timed items.
This is the last, well, yeah, there's a couple now.
So we, so if you want to pass on this for the time being, we'll come back to it.
Y'all have some items in executive session, so if you want to pass now, we can talk about this when we go into closed session for, under the advisory council.
So your recommendation is that we go ahead and go into executive session.
No, sir, you can,
At the end.
what you just, I think your recommendation is perfect to cover the items that aren't timed, and we can pick this back up at the end.
So for the time being, we're going to pass item 1.13,
Okay.
Yeah.
and we will move over to the untimed items, which is on
29.
the 1.29.
Were there any requests from the public to speak on the item? We might want to try to hear them while they're here.
We'll no request here.
Yeah. The out clause, the main one is section 5B, the last paragraph. It's following the city and county's final approval of the project, eligible project costs. The parties will approve the process ahead of payment. But there's an approval, a final approval of the project once the actual design has been finalized.
That would do it.
Yeah, I'm not real
And-
thrilled with that.
And
language.
F, if you'll have a look at F also.
I'd really like to see something a lot clearer than that.
So we've moved on. I'm going to call item 1.29. This is an update regarding current and future grant opportunities for Kerr County Sheriff's Office. Scott?
Yes.
That's the update.
He gave us a handout earlier.
Yes.
Warren, just want to cover a little bit of the grant update.
Public knows this is Lieutenant Scott James from the Sheriff's Office.
Sorry. Just a little bit covered of currently where we're at for the awards or the grants for the sheriff's office, as well as some upcoming opportunities maybe for some grants as well. I hand out to the court. We'll go to number one, which was the Justice Grant Assistant grant, which was a body worn camera. That was passed through ACOG. The award was $74,660. We'll finish up that grant in the fourth quarter here in December from it. So as for all the equipment, it's actually in service. We're just going to finish up a few invoice things and have the grant finalized in December. Ballistic Shield Program, which was number two. The award for that was $152,360,000. We received that same amount, basically 10 cents shy of that. The shields were all deployed, 26 of them. They're currently in the field and they're being operated by the Sheriff's Office at this time. So,
And the source of that grant?
that was the OOG's office. So that was that grant was developed after Uvalde incident. Governor's office put that out, and we were able to get that award as well. Fiscal year 23 was Operation Lone Star. We're end of the cycle. We're finalizing that award. The initial award was $660,180,000. We already received reimbursement for $633,962.48. That grant will be finalized here by the end of the year as well.
And that's another office.
Yep, the governor's office as well. Operation Stone Garden is actually a pass-through through the governor's office, but that is actually through the U.S. Border Patrol, and that's for overtime for deputies. Currently conducting those operations. That fiscal year is kind of weird. It'll end, begin in February and March is kind of how that one kind of goes. It's not like with our standard fiscal year. So February and March, that will end. So we're currently conducting operations. An upcoming deal for that is Operation Stone Guard 23, which is already in place. If you remember with that grant before, and I know we have a new commissioner, so that's a multi-county campaign. So it's actually authored by another county, and we're just a subsidiary. We receive money under that grant. So we just kind of got word for the 23. We maybe have a projected about 160,000 awarded on that projected. So that might be for some equipment as well as overtime for deputies for that upcoming deal. And then we'll talk about Operation Lone Star 24 here. I guess will be on the next one. But projected stuff that we're looking at is, like I said, the fiscal year for Stone Garden for 23. And then I'll get with Noel. The ACOG one is going to open up again here, I think. Rosa, is it like December? It usually opens up in December. So we usually try to get an award about 75,000, 80,000, much for the body worn cameras. I think we're going to look at some ticket writer devices for that technology grant for that. And then we've been, that's kind of the update for the grants. Y'all have any questions about any of the grants? For the update?
Any questions?
I think it's a great job that you guys have been doing in securing these grants, and congratulate you and encourage you to keep going.
We've been working with the auditor's office quite a bit on a lot of that stuff.
Good.
So this new one, I guess on the next, is it next item? Okay. At 1:30, we're going to talk
Let
about.
the judge call it.
Okay, anything else on item 1.29? These are just the opportunities. Okay, we'll move on to item 1.30. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to accept the OOG, Offices of the Governor Grant Award, number 458732 for the Kerr County Sheriff's Office Operation Lone Star, FY 2024. Scott Gage.
So we applied back for this back in October. We originally submitted on this application about 1.7 million. That's for overtime positions, equipment as well. We came back with an award that came back to us was the amount of $599,345. It's a little bit lower, about $60,000 lower than what was last year. Part of that is, so Kerr County, the Sheriff's Office, we operate with an OLS task force. It's about 20 different agencies. We are actually out of those 20.
OLS is Operational
Lone Star. Yes, sir. So we operate amongst that task force, about 20 agencies that are attached to that task force. We were pretty fortunate. We were within the top 3 for the award coming back out of those 20 agencies. So just having a meeting with that, Sheriff attended the meeting as well. Some of those task force members weren't as, I guess, privileged as us for the award, and they need some additional funds to help support some of their manning and some of their operations. So we were kind of asked, since we were one of the top awards and a bunch of the other agencies, and working with the governor's office, if we could re-award about $15,000 back to the task force from where our award is. And the governor, working with the governor's office, they said that that's not a problem. Basically, they sent us a form. Once we accept the award, they'll just reduce that $15,000. So it'll be an adjusted award to the $584,345. So just minus the $15,000. I think that's fair for us to give it back to help those other agencies out, because a lot of those agencies are in a lot more need than kind of where we are. I mean, a lot of those are really border agencies that need to do that. So we just kind of discussed with the sheriff.
Who are the agencies you're talking about?
There's about 20 of them. So you have, Medina County's in there as well. Goliad County, Brooks County, a lot of Val Verde County. There's about 20 agencies that fall under that.
Now, are you going to give it out to 20 different entities?
So what it does, it goes back to the governor's office, and then they distribute it back amongst those agencies that have done an additional request for more money. So.
Medina County got a whole lot more money than we did. So we're giving them money?
No. I'm just talking about participants that were in there. No, there was Brooks County. They got an award, but they have a bunch of subsidiaries that fall under their award. So they have a bunch of task force officers that fall under it. So they need some additional funds to help with some of their overtime manning as well. So
What's the net to Kerr County?
our net would be $584,345 after the adjustment. So That would be the acceptance of the work.
But
And
we
the
would-
sheriff,
We would the only county giving money back.
no. There's a bunch of other counties there as well. They just kind of said, hey, of people that have been awarded more, if you can look at some of your stuff and see, hey, what can you guys get back? So, it was ranging between 5,000 to 15,000 for some of those counties to get money back.
And if I understand it correctly, this is not local taxpayer dollars being rearranged.
No, it's from the Office of the
These
Governor.
are grant funds that are coming from the Office of the Governor.
Yep.
So these are statewide funds that are being provided to Kerr County, which are being used to help some of our partners in the undertaking.
Yes. The Sheriff wanted to talk briefly about this Lone Star application, just about a couple of the items that were added into there. There's some positions and some things like that he just wanted to talk briefly about.
Yep. One of the things Scott did mention, we're very fortunate. We're a three-tier county. That means we're three counties away from the border. And for us to be at number 3, most amount, we're very fortunate, very fortunate. We got more money than somebody that are closer on the border. But what I wanted to talk to the court about, Judge, if you don't mind, it kind of goes back and forth with 1.30, 1.31. Can we call 1.31 also?
Sure. Item 1.31, we consider jointly with 1.30, and that is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the reclassification of an open correctional officer position to a crime analyst digital forensic examiner at the pay grade of 22.
Okay. So in this grant, on the 500, well, we had $80-something thousand, we were given 3 positions to fill. One, what we call Operation Lone Star Deputy, we refer to as OLS, one OLS investigator, and one OLS crime analyst digital forensic examiner. What I'd like to come to the court is to fill what I call 1.5 of those positions. I don't feel comfortable filling all 3 of those, because normally what they do is, we'll use Kimball County for example. Several years ago they were allowed 4 deputies, but the court agreed to pick those up, but they've probably been in it 4 to 5 years now. In talking about this money, talking to Senator Flores, who has a big part of this, the money's pretty much guaranteed for the next 2 years. It's hard for me to tell you it's forever. I don't know. We just go every 2 years when the legislature meets. I can tell you it's been going for several years. But with this funding, what I wanted to do is fill one of those with a deputy position, and one of them with a part-time, what we call crime analyst. The reason for that is when we get back to 131, we service over 20 agencies. Our current forensic investigator basically left us, Luke did, to the private sector, which after the 20 plus 5% COLA, he got an additional $50,000 raise and worked from the house. That's very tough. We can't compete with that. Unfortunately, we've been looking to fill that position. It's just not going to happen. You know what? We got to move down the road. But our current position right now at the sheriff's office is we got a lot of phones and we don't have anybody to process them right now. Luckily, when I'm asking y'all to let me fill one of those at a part-time, we have found a forensic investigator that is currently retired and is on disability, can work up to 9 months a year. Everything I ask y'all for right now is already in my budget, or we can pay through OLS and it's been approved once y'all approve it. So basically what I'm coming to the court, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, is for y'all to let me, one, fill one of these OLS positions as a deputy that I don't have today, but adding that to me. Another one is to fill one of those at a part-time status, because what I'm wanting to do on 1.31, where I'm asking you to let me reclassify a jailer position to I'm going to get the wording correctly, to a crime analyst / digital forensic examiner, is because we want to fill that. I currently have 4 positions in the jail. I've got one more that's been out on workers' comp for 2 years and may become available in December, but it won't affect my staff. I'm looking at this as a temporary fix to get to next year's budget. This new person I wanted to hire is the training on that, I'm going to be honest with you, takes about a year to do. I've already been with Secret Service and the Department of Public Safety. They're willing to do the training, the first class off the bat. Probably she comes back with over $100,000 worth of stuff. The school's a month long. But what I need to do is, while I'm training this person, I need the lab to continue to operate. We have found that person, no benefits, what we call, I guess, straight contract labor per se, for better lack of terms. But those are the things I'm asking the court to allow me to do. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And these are all within budget.
Yeah, within my budget, no added to the budget. I'm asking to reclassify that one position, but the other, what I call position and a half, will be funded through Operation Lone Star. This year, I'm pretty comfortable. Next year, I can't promise you, we may have to have this visit down the road. Y'all verbally agreed to give me a deputy for 5 years to get my staff up. Other ways I can look at you, not fill one of those. Last but least, Senate Bill 22, I know I've committed that. We're talking, I don't know, we could be talking 2 to 4 years down the road. You could already be paid for that.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to identify the different pots of money.
Okay, go ahead.
We know what's in your budget,
Yes, sir.
because we just did it, okay? And one of the things we put in your budget was your Senate Bill 22 money,
Yes, sir.
okay? And so we've got the tax money that was included in your budget, plus the Senate Bill 22 money,
Yes, sir.
which was what?
500,000.
Right. Now, Operation Lone Star is something different than the Senate 22.
Correct. This is another 580, I don't know.
Four.
584,000. And then we have another 160 coming,
Right.
which is no part of what I'm asking.
Now, in Senate Bill 22, my recollection was that we had a lot of legislative assurances that that program would be continued.
Yes, sir.
There's no obligation that they continue it. They meet every 2 years. They get to make up their mind what they're going to do. But the people in Austin were indicating to us, or it was indicated to me as county judge, that those funds were going to be available for our prosecutors and our law enforcement.
And constables.
And constables.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the whole thing.
I feel very comfortable that's going to stay here for a while. That's what this Operation Lone Star comes out of.
I do too.
Yes.
And Operation Lone Star is something different.
Completely different, yes, sir.
Okay, that's what we're talking about today is Operation Lone Star.
Yeah, Judge, we've dipped into every pot possible.
I see that. I reckon that's what
With that, we're at $2.2 million when we get this other 160. That's pretty good for 2.5 years.
I'm gonna make a motion that we go ahead and approve the reclassification of an open correctional officer position, crime analyst, data forensic examiner, at the pay grade of 22.
I'll second that.
Is that a full-time or a part-time position?
Full-time, sir.
Full-time.
You're going down some of the corrections department. One person.
You
Yes.
use one.
Yeah.
You use one of your open positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That doesn't affect the budget.
No, sir.
That's what, it's important for people to understand, this is not affecting the budget.
Not at all.
Okay.
And the other positions I'm asking y'all for is what I call an OLS deputy, and this part-time analyst, it will be paid, if y'all approve it, will be paid for out of the Operation Lone Star budget.
But I'm trying to make sure that as we do these motions,
Well, do we need a separate motion? for
Yes, probably.
those?
so this,
130.
the
He's on
motion,
131,
This is item 131.
the 131 is,
reclassification.
and that's using one of your open jailer positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's within the budget?
Yes, sir.
And 130 is accepting a grant.
That's a different part of money we're gonna talk about.
Right.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
You got a motion second, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Now let's move back up to 1.30.
Okay, with accepting that money, I'm asking y'all to let me fill that Operation Lone Star deputy position and also fill a crime analyst position, what we call part-time with no benefits. That will be paid for 100% out of Operation Lone Star funds.
So now we're talking about the Operation Lone Star grant
Yes, sir.
funds. And you've got a deputy position that you want to fill, and then you've got this forensic examiner position that you want to fill with part-time without benefits,
Correct.
using the Operation Lone Star funds,
Yes,
which are not Kerr County taxpayer dollars.
correct.
That's what I want to make sure people understand. But I'm looking at her hand.
That's not on the agenda.
No.
That's not what 130 is.
130, Accept the OOG grant award is what's on the agenda.
So I think what she's telling us is, the way we've got it on the agenda is just to approve accepting the Operation Lone Star grant funds that are
Correct.
awarded, subject to the adjustment that we've already discussed, 15,000. And then we'll have to have another agenda item that we pick up those employees.
Okay, it was my understanding that it could be talked about under this, but if not, that's fine. I'll come back.
Well,
You could probably talk about it under it, but I don't think you can take that action
No,
today.
I was wondering that myself, so, but I do move for approval of 1.30.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to accept the funds,
Right.
Operation Lone Star funds.
Do you want to discuss the positions now or not?
I understand the position, I just need the
Yeah,
agenda item.
it's just.
I'll bring it back.
Tina
I'll bring
had
it
a
back.
question
Bring it
over
back next
here.
time, I fully support it.
But that's
Thanks.
only 131?
I do have a question. Is it a temporary part-time, which allow us not to pay retirement?
No,
or we-
full-time. The Operation Lone Star deputy will be full-time.
What you're looking at really,
That's the deputy.
and I'm not, I was gonna say on that one, you need to visit with Rosa to see if it qualifies or if it's a contract employee.
I have, it is full-time. Operation Lone Star deputy, full-time.
No, but I'm talking about the part-time analyst. Is that, it's a question whether that can be a non-benefits on that. That's the question. So if it, you need to check with HR,
Okay.
whether it'll be a part-time employee or if it's a contract employee.
Okay, got you.
Now, I'm looking at my auditor and my HR, okay? Let's make sure we're doing this right. We're accepting the Operation Lone Star funds, the $585,000 whatever it is. And with that fund, one of the things that is being requested is that we hire a deputy, an OLS deputy, that would have full benefits, right?
Yes.
Okay? And then the other request is a part-time, without benefits, for your forensic examiner.
Yes, sir.
And we'll take that action at another Commissioners Court meeting. But we understand the nature of your request so that when it comes back up, we'll refresh our memory. Any other discussion? Okay.
Thank you.
That got us to 10 o'clock. Let's take-
No, we gotta vote
Yeah, we haven't taken a vote.
on one
Okay.
point for her, third.
Those in favor, to accept the grant, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Take a 5-minute break, we'll come back at 10 o'clock.
How are you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Court will come back to order. We'll start with the 10 o'clock agenda, which is item 1.14, which is a public hearing. I convene this public hearing and it is for revision of plat for Village West Industrial Park, Phase 3, Lot 1. Is there anyone who would like to address the court with regard to Village West Industrial Park, Phase 3? Being none, we'll adjourn that public meeting and we'll move on to item 1.15, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to add Tucker Street from Riverside Drive to State Highway 27, which is approximately 378 linear feet, to Kerr County's list of publicly maintained roads. Ms. Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. The right-of-way for Tucker Street was deeded to Kerr County from the United States of America on September 30th, 1958. And despite the road being subsequently annexed by the city of Kerrville, the right-of-way deed is still in the name and possession of Kerr County. And the road was not consistently maintained by the city of Kerrville following annexation. The road is being considered to be abandoned, vacated, and discontinued by Kerr County, subject to a sidewalk easement being dedicated by the adjacent property owner to the city of Kerrville for the VA Pathway Sidewalk Project. But due to the unusual circumstances surrounding ownership, annexation, and lack of maintenance, it appears the best course of action is to add Tucker Street back into Kerr County's list of publicly maintained roads before taking action to abandon, vacate, and discontinue. Exhibit A in your packet shows the limits of Tucker Streets, approximately 378 linear feet from Riverside Drive to State Highway 27. And Exhibit B is the September 30th, 1958 deed from the United States of America to Kerr County for said Tucker Street, approximately 0.467 acres. The county engineer recommends that the court consider, discuss, take appropriate action to add Tucker Street from Riverside Drive to State Highway 27, approximately 378 linear feet, to Kerr County's list of publicly maintained roads, Precinct 2.
This is tied directly to the next agenda item.
Right, and I just want to make sure the public understands, this is the necessary step one for us to do this Veterans Pathway project. So it's pretty technical, but it's essential.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that the court go ahead and add Tucker Street from Riverside Drive to State Highway 27, which is approximately 378 linear feet, to Kerr County's list of publicly maintained roads in Precinct 2.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve adding Tucker to our publicly maintained roads. Any discussion?
It's longer than I thought it was. Anyway.
And with that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Now we move on to item 1.16, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to abandon, vacate, and discontinue Tucker Street in exchange for a dedication of the recreational easement from the adjacent landowner to the city of Kerrville with the Veterans Pathway Sidewalk Project. Ms. Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. The Veterans Pathway Sidewalk Project connects the Kerrville Veterans Administration Medical Center, located at the intersection of Highway 27 and Tucker Street, to both Flat Rock Park and the Kerrville River Trail. The city of Kerrville wishes to have the alignment go around the perimeter of the existing landscape business, also located at the intersection of Tucker Street and Highway 27, rather than through the middle of the landscape operation, which is bisected by Tucker Street. The right-of-way for Tucker Street was deeded to Kerr County from the United States of America on September 30th, 1958, and despite the road being subsequently annexed by the city of Kerrville, the right-of-way deed is still in the possession of Kerr County. And I have some maps and exhibits for you in your packet showing that. According to Texas statutes, the court may order public roads laid out, discontinued, closed, abandoned, vacated, or altered. The statute defines the relevant terms: abandon, to relinquish the public's right-of-way in and use of the road; vacate, to terminate the existence of the road by direct action of the Commissioner's Court of the county; and discontinue, to discontinue the maintenance of the road. The process to abandon, vacate, and discontinue used by Kerr County in the past, following state law, consists of setting a public hearing, a date and time. The county clerk publishes the notice of said public hearing in a local newspaper. That has already happened. Court order establishing the public hearing and a map showing the limits of the road that is to be considered for action is posted at both ends of the subject portion of road, as well as the courthouse, for a minimum of 20 days prior to the public hearing. That has happened. That's been accomplished. Required notices were posted on September 28, 2023. I do have pictures in the packet of that. A public hearing is required before the Commissioners Court can consider taking action. That has happened. We had a public hearing was conducted on October 23rd, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the courthouse. And following the public hearing, the Commissioners Court may consider and take action. County engineer recommends that the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to abandon, vacate, and discontinue Tucker Street in exchange for the dedication of a recreational easement from the adjacent landowner to the city of Kerrville for the Veterans Pathway Sidewalk Project Precinct 2. I do not have that easement in hand, but I do have Ed Maldonado here. He can speak to that. We were in contact last week multiple times, and I know that they were finalizing the document with the city of Kerrville.
And just so the public better understands, this is something that we looked at for the Veterans Pathway Project. You know, Tucker Street basically goes right through the heart of Maldonado Landscaping's operations.
Sure.
It's not really used by anybody other than Maldonado. And we considered having the Veterans Pathway go right down the sidewalk along Tucker Street. And of course, that's really not a very safe thing because they've got a lot of heavy equipment going back and forth between their yard where they store a lot of materials and the other side.
I was shooting that idea down.
So, yeah.
Right and left.
And so ultimately, you know, the team that was involved in the Pathway Project looked at it, and our engineering firm looked at it, and the solution that was proposed, which I think is an excellent solution, was to have a right-of-way for the sidewalk to be installed around, kind of at the edge of the nursery property. And I think it's a great solution. It's going to add to the scenic beauty of the sidewalk project. So I fully endorse doing this, and I very much appreciate the cooperation of Maldonado Nursery to make this happen. It'll be a lot safer for our veterans.
I think it's a win-win for both parties, or everybody.
And I think it will help their operations as well. So I think with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we abandon, vacate, and discontinue Tucker Street in exchange for the dedication of a recreational easement from the adjacent landowner to the city of Kerrville for the Veterans Pathway Sidewalk Project located in Precinct 2.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve this abandonment of Tucker Street. And for the public, you don't have a diagram in front of you, but if you can see it, Tucker Street literally is right in the middle of the Maldonado operations. And I walked that street, and I may be the only human being in the last year who's walked that street, because other than people who work for Maldonado. But this is a truly win-win situation. That way Maldonado has their yard contiguous with their operations. Sidewalk goes around the perimeter and back down to the park. So this is something that, as the county judge, I'm very appreciative of your generosity and cooperation on this.
Judge, I'll make that as a comment. This is a little bit of expanding on the Maldonado family a little bit. We all know that HEB started in Kerrville, and they've done very well nationally. The Maldonado Nursery is founded in Kerrville also, and during times they have now expanded. They have Maldonado Nurseries in Bernie, New Braunfels, Seguin, and San Antonio. And it's really a success story for what they've done as a family. And hats off to y'all for what y'all done. Great work. And Ed Maldonado and 2 sons are here. Okay.
And this is a great project for the veterans. We've talked about this time and time again. They want to get to the park. They need to get to the park. It's their recreation. And it's been too hazardous. And so with this project, we've been able to get them across Highway 27 and around Maldonado now, so they don't have to go across the yard, and get down for the safe use of the park and recreation.
And back in one piece.
I had a little question. I saw that on Water Street over here that they painted the sidewalk. Are they going to paint the highway? Can we paint that like red, white, blue?
That's state highway.
That's TxDOT.
TxDOT has committed to upgrading that crosswalk, so there will be some improvements. I can't promise exactly what all that's going to be, but
Well, but that the city of Kerrville,
I'm just
and if you notice, the more local we get, the better the cooperation is. And the more we go up that chain, the harder it is to get people to agree to what we know is.
Or freedom to do what you want.
We do have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Maldonado wants to make any comments?
No.
Okay.
We appreciate you being here for this. So with that, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 1.17. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve and authorize the county judge to execute a professional engineering services contract with Tetra Tech, Inc. for a safety analysis and master plan for Eagle Ridge Road in the amount of $93,300. Mr. Hastings.
At the request of the court, a proposal was sought from Tetra Tech to provide professional engineering services to analyze the Eagle Ridge Road for safety concerns and to develop a master plan for the development of the road to safely support existing and future traffic. Tetra Tech has provided a proposal attached to this letter to provide the requested services. The proposal will provide review of existing traffic impact analysis, roadway safety studies, and geotechnical reports. In addition, Tetra Tech will prepare site distance, speed, and intersection analysis for the intersection with State Highway 173. Tetra Tech will also provide a review of the existing Kerr County subdivision regulations and make recommendations for modifications and amendments to improve roadways in Kerr County subject to developmental growth. Tetra Tech will summarize findings in a brief report with cost estimates and attend public meetings to explain the recommendations and to answer questions from the commissioners and the public. There is $130,000 budgeted in line item 15-601-571, the Eagle Ridge Road project. Tetra Tech proposes to provide these services for a lump sum amount of $93,300. No topographical surveying is anticipated as acceptable quality light detection and ranging LiDAR data is publicly available for the area of Kerr County that includes Eagle Ridge Road. So that was a cost savings. Bobby found that and made sure Tetra Tech had what they needed. Tetra Tech felt like it was going to work out well. So the county engineer requested the court approve and authorize the county judge to execute a professional engineering services contract with Tetra Tech Incorporated to prepare a safety analysis and master plan for Eagle Ridge Road in the amount of $93,300, precinct 2.
Very good. By way of introduction, this is new to you, but to catch the public up on where we are. Eagle Ridge Road is the subject of a plat application for the Twin Creek subdivision that we disapproved for a number of reasons, and which is now up on appeal. By the way, the developer sued us, sued the county, and sued me individually. And it went before the visiting judge, who found for us, I think, at least 3 or 4 rulings in a row. And it is now before the Court of Appeals. Part of the issue is the safety concerns with regard to Eagle Ridge Road and the need for a turn lane onto Eagle Ridge Road off of 27. Left turn lane.
173.
173, yes, I'm sorry. 173. And so with that, even though we're in litigation, we need to know what it's going to take to bring Eagle Ridge Road up to county specs as a collector road. We have varying degrees of base on the road from prior studies, we know that. And a lot of people may be asking, why are we not putting this out for public bid? That's because Tetra Tech is a consulting expert with us as we speak through the whole East Kerr County wastewater line. And it's done work for us before, and we hired them to give us an estimate of what it's going to cost them to tell us how to make Eagle Ridge Road safe. So that's what we're doing here. And when you use your own professionals that you're under contract with, you don't have to put it out for public bid. So before we get the Rudy eyes on this thing, that's why we don't have public bids here. So with that, this is the cost estimate for the engineering services to tell us what needs to be done.
It's a lump sum bid.
Yes.
My question is, it's kind of chicken and egg.
Yeah.
We don't know where the subdivision is going because it's in appeal. If the subdivision doesn't happen, or doesn't happen as was originally proposed, it may or may not be a collector road, which may or may not need this kind of a study. So it seems that we need to find out the result of the appeal before we can spend taxpayer money on something that may or may not be needed.
Well, I understand the chicken and the egg concept. That 854 acres at some point is going to be developed. And I don't know if it can be developed in its current configuration. Ironically, the developer submitted 4 different plat approvals to us, 4. And they've sued us trying to enforce not the last one they gave us, but the 4th one, but the 2nd. And that's one of the reasons they lost. Because you can't just go cherry pick which one of the 4 you want to have enforced. But at some point, it is going to be developed, whether they sell it to another developer or what happens.
It could be.
Part of the problem that I see here is that we've already, there are 2 different engineering studies have been done with respect to the safety of Eagle Ridge Road as is. And both have concluded that there are serious issues with the road. So in essence, it creates some liability for the county if we sit here and do nothing. Now,
It could be developed into large lots.
it could
Change.
And that's the key of this study, is to tell us what we need to do, when we need to do it, depending on how that thing gets developed. Because there is a good likelihood that it ends up being developed with 10-acre lots. And, that'll take it from 98 homes down to 80 something. So, I suspect we're still gonna need to do something. It just may not be full collector road status. But that's the whole idea behind doing the engineering, is to find out what we need to do and when we need to do it, at least have those recommendations in front of the court to consider.
And to flesh out, I'm going to build on what Commissioner Lake said. The way the subdivision is presently configured, it does not meet permitting requirements for the headwaters to be able to put water wells on the lots. We've told the court, the trial division judge, and we're telling the appellate court, it's really kind of moot. You can order us to sign the plat, but they can't build it. So we got to do something. What this is, this tells us what can and can't be done. And at some point, we need to know it. And quite frankly, I think at some point, an appellate court is going to order us to go to mediation with the developer, and we're going to have to talk about these things, and I'd rather know what it's going to cost, what needs to be done, if I'm going to have to sit in negotiations like that. If we're going without it, we don't know.
A lot of money to spend up front.
It's just that there are, as I've said before, there are many roads in similar situation, and we're not doing traffic studies on those roads. And there will be, I'm thinking of a lot of them out in Don there, really, in recent years, in the past couple of years, we've developed.
We're gonna visit one tomorrow.
It's just a matter,
We don't
I guess my
have
question,
engineering studies that say they're unsafe. That's kind of the difference. We know there are roads that aren't great. We need to be careful what we say.
how long will it take to do the study?
We have a representative from Tetra Tech.
Who we've gotten to know very well over the last 60 years.
This is Don Berger.
My name is Don Berger with Tetra Tech. And we're looking at a 3-month schedule approximately to get everything done. We do have some geotechnical analysis, and so that will roll into that, how long it takes to get a crew out there to do borings and that kind of thing, and then get a report back from our geotechnical engineer. But otherwise, the rest of the work is fairly straightforward. We're looking at February as a time to come back to you all with a draft report to discuss and make a presentation.
Okay, thank you. Procedurally, where we are is the county engineer has discussed this project with the consultant and made a recommendation that we approve these expenses to find out what it's going to cost to fix the road. As a court, we do not have a motion or a second at this point.
Let me go ahead and correct that. I'll make a motion that the court approve and authorize the county judge to execute a professional engineering services contract with Tetra Tech, Inc. for a safety analysis and master plan for the Eagle Ridge Road in the amount of $93,300. That was the motion.
We have a motion. And I'll second the motion just so that we have this discussion. I know we have one member of the public that has asked to speak to us on this topic. Mr. McGuire, would you like to address the court?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Did not expect to be here today. I was caught by surprise. A phone call mid-Saturday, just before I went to a funeral, by someone who alerted me that Eagle Ridge Road was on the agenda today. And I thought, gee, I'm shocked. I thought we dealt with Eagle Ridge Road. I thought that the courts denied the plat. In July, we heard the developer had sued the county. Then we heard the lawsuit had been dismissed. And we thought this was over. And apparently it's not over. And I'd just like to review some things which left us kind of confused, because after the county denied the plat and Judge Kelly and the court decided or proposed a value engineering study were the terms that we used, we expressed some concern about the scope and the assumptions that were going to be used. And so consequently, kindly, we were invited to a preliminary meeting with Tetra Tech and the county. And we listened, and we were told that they were going to proceed to get educated, but we were going to be, the neighbors of Eagle Ridge Road would be kept informed, which we weren't. And now, all of a sudden, we find out it's being considered today, last minute. So I want to read a letter that we sent to the commissioner back in May. And the letter reads, "It was another interesting day at the Kerr County Court. I may not have been entirely clear on my comments. The scope of the report will determine the cost. If appropriate instructions are not given to the engineering report, as was the case in 2 earlier reports, if you will, commissioned by the developer, the conclusion can either be misleading or wrong. The report should not be approved until the commissioners sign off on the scope. We are not comfortable allowing the bureaucracy to do this. The bureaucracy keeps referring to 2030, when it will phase in over time. They're wrong. Heavy traffic will commence immediately when cement trucks, gravel haulers start moving. Instructions given to the engineering firm need to address the urgency to bring Eagle Ridge Road into compliance now, right now, not in 2030. Until that happens, the project should not be allowed to go forward. As I stated today, the developer did not do his due diligence when he bought the ranch. When an investor does not do appropriate due diligence, they always suffer the consequences and lose money. This should not be on Kerr County's back. Et cetera, and please keep us posted regarding any meetings that may be scheduled concerning Eagle Ridge Road. This has not happened. We didn't know about an appeal. We thought this was over with. So that's, if you will, our preliminary comment, okay? Now, regarding the report and the scope of the report, which is something that we were concerned about back whatever. Originally, the court requested a value engineering report. Tetra Tech is proposing a master plan for Eagle Ridge Road. There is a big difference between a value engineering study and a master plan, if you will. And they are also proposing to address
the intersection of Eagle Ridge Road and 173. I thought that the court instructed that the value engineering study was going to be performed on 3 miles of Eagle Ridge Road. The TxDOT folks are very familiar with the intersection of 173, and they have all sorts of engineers and experts. So why is the county going to pay someone else to do what TxDOT can also already do, free of charge? Comment. Also, they propose to review the existing.
Where to hear your time?
I'm not finished. I have a few, they're proposing to do a master plan.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Review. Judge, we got blindsided by this whole thing. They're going to do a master plan on Kerr County. We have been talking to the Federal
Mr.
Highway
McGuire.
Department.
Mr. McGuire, your time's up. Thank you.
I hope we have another chance to appear before the court, because I do not feel that you are giving us adequate time. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Well, from your point of view, if you were to go to mediation and you'd like to know what we were up against cost-wise, right? That's what you basically said. You could go in there knowing a high and a low estimate. So from that point of view, I'd rather pump the brakes on this.
You know, one of the things that would have been very useful, we were kind of flying in the dark in terms of what it would actually cost to upgrade Eagle Ridge Road and make it safe. And we were having discussions from time to time with the developer. And, you know, initially we kind of had a rough agreement where they were going to put some money towards the improvements and included TxDOT and all that. The trouble was.
Let's say that for executive session.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair point.
I think so. But the assumption that the issue on Eagle Ridge Road, the issue with the intersection of 173 and Eagle Ridge, and the issue of development of the surrounding area is far from over. It has just begun. And this lawsuit, we don't know what's going to happen in the lawsuit. We don't know how long it's going to take. Right now, we're not being ordered to do anything. That could change. But in any event, someone is going to want to. They've got $9 million tied up in that property out there, and the road base is already down. And this problem is not going away anytime soon. I don't know if they're going to try to discount the property and sell it to another developer. I don't know what they're going to do. They're not talking to us. I know that. And I don't want to be blindsided when some developer comes in here and says, here's my plan, this is what I want to do. We say, oh, we tapped the brakes, so now let's go back and find out what it's going to cost to fix Eagle Ridge Road. What it's going to cost to do this stuff. Because, and you know, at some point, this is going to happen. It is reasonably foreseeable in the near future that we're going to have to deal with this issue, and it's not over.
You want to pass on the item and discuss it further in the executive session, come back?
We can do that.
I've said all I need to say or want to say. I mean, you know, I don't want to spend $93,000 of taxpayer money before we know what's going on down the road. Again, I think we need to tap the brakes on that. We can always do it down the road.
No, I mean, I said probably on basically the same thing. I think that I want to know why we need to spend the money, and I suspect we will need to spend it, but I would like to know where we're going with the appeal.
Well, where we're going with the appeal?
Well, if it's appeal, I mean, what their plans are, what the developer's plans are. I mean, we have no idea at this point. I suspect you're right; it will be developed, but we have no idea what type of development it will be.
That's true. We know that it's not gonna be 8.5 acre lots.
Right.
Well, we know it is not, that's true.
That's the only thing we know.
Well,
Well, that's true, that can be up to the courts too.
That's right.
that's not up to us.
Right. That's not it.
Is there a need to go into executive session where we can talk about
I
the
don't
lawsuit?
see it. I don't see it at this point, I think that,
Okay. We've got a motion to
Were we
second.
gonna talk about it in executive session anyway? In
No.
terms of the lawsuit?
No.
It's not on the agenda. No, we'll get there through this agenda. Okay, so those in favor of our intent to protect to give us a cost estimate on Eagle Ridge Road and as presented here? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Okay.
And abstain.
I didn't really vote because I don't really know all the background.
So it's 2, 2, and 1.
That'll pass.
So it doesn't pass. So the vote is 2, 2, and 1.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. So that gets us down to item 1.18, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to authorize the county engineer to establish standards for the issuance of driveway permits for private installation and maintenance of mailbox clusters in county right-of-way. Patience.
I'm going back to the last one. Considering the Commissioner over, we really discussed how food
No.
this thing is. I understand the abstention. I'd recommend it be put back on the agenda, possibly at our next meeting, after she has time to understand. I mean,
Don't we have a meeting next Monday?
Canvass the election.
and you did visit with the county attorney.
Back on the agenda.
I mean, I just
I
think-
wouldn't put it on the next one.
Okay.
On the 27th.
I mean, not the special.
Okay, not the special one, but I mean, the next regular. Just, I mean, I'm probably not gonna change my vote, but I think that.
And I won't be.
But,
Well, you're not gonna be here? No, I'm not gonna put it on the agenda when you're not gonna be there. That's not right.
No,
anyway,
We'll put it on the, we'll put it on.
Gotta watch showing my hand.
future agenda.
Here's what we're gonna do, we're gonna put it on the future agenda, and we'll put it on the regular agenda, the consideration agenda, as well as the executive agenda, so we can go back and forth as needed.
Yes, good idea.
So that's the resolution on that one.
You're liable to get some emails.
Item 1.18.
Thank you, Judge. A number of mailbox clusters exist in Kerr County along various state highways for properties in the area, but not necessarily addressed on that state highway. As these areas have grown, more and more mailboxes have been added to these clusters, the main issue being mail delivery limitations imposed by the postmaster, i.e. denying mail delivery beyond the existing mailbox cluster area. New subdivision developments are now required to provide for mail service. So we're getting that resolved, typically by designing for and constructing a mailbox cluster at the entrance to the subdivision. However, the existing clusters have become more problematic as the Texas Department of Transportation has recently revised their policies to only allow for the installation of mailboxes for those addresses that are physically addressed off of a state highway. Thus, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of mailboxes that must be removed throughout Kerr County. TxDOT approached the Kerr County Commissioners Court about 2 years ago, searching for a solution. The idea was to relocate said mailbox clusters to county right-of-way. However, the court required that this idea be studied further by TxDOT with the Road and Bridge Administrator, County Engineer, the Postmaster, and local homeowner associations where applicable, and brought back to the court to solve issues inherent with the relocation. Several meetings have been held with the above parties to find a solution that would work for all involved, and it is believed that the existing county engineer driveway permitting system could be modified to allow for standards to be developed on a case-by-case basis to allow a mailbox cluster to be installed and maintained privately by a homeowners association with the consent of the adjacent property owner. The standards would provide for suitable pavement to be installed by the applicant to protect and preserve the edge of the road and drainage ditch, allow for vehicles to safely exit and re-enter the road to deliver or receive mail, and provide a means for vehicles to turn around and provide for ongoing maintenance to be performed by the applicant. The permit fee would remain the same as for an ordinary driveway. It's $25. Asking that the court authorize the county engineer to establish standards for issuance of driveway permits for private installation and maintenance of mailbox clusters in the county right of way.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the county engineer establishing standards for these driveway permits and mailbox clusters as presented.
I'm confused. We start out talking about state highways,
Yes.
and then we end up on county roads. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of mailbox clusters on county roads that are, no one has permission from the adjacent landowner. They're in the county right of way, and they're not maintained. I mean, there's no mechanism. Talk about HOA required to be, but there's no HOA. So I mean, moving forward, I think I agree with the policy, but I'm concerned about all the ones that are existing everywhere right now.
Well, I think that's the concern.
For new ones.
I mean, that's my thing. I mean, if it's going to be grandfathered, we need to clearly say everything existing is grandfathered, because these are everywhere. And I agree they're a problem, and you and I've talked a lot about them, and I think, I like it's not just the clusters. I think the bigger problem that I see right now are the new mailboxes that are made of rock that are in the county right of way that are safety hazards. And this doesn't address that at all. We're only talking about clusters here.
Well, it could address it, because this is for him to establish standards. If we walk this problem back at the beginning, when TxDOT changed their rule on mailboxes, it triggered a cause and effect. Now, you can only put them in. You have to have a state highway address.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And there's a lot of mailboxes that do not have state highway addresses, and most of them are on county roads. And so TxDOT's created the problem. We got to figure out what to do about it. What you're pointing out is those
It's a bigger problem.
yeah.
I mean,
The cause and effect is much larger than just.
TxDOT.
That's right.
And it's and I mean, I don't know how you go back and grandfather and all the ones that exist. I mean, they're everywhere.
Well, as far as right-of-ways goes, I think our county roads, we have county right-of-ways. Some of the state highways, we don't have right-of-ways.
It's a state right of way, and their rules are whatever the state has. I don't know what they
Some of them, like 39, they don't even have right-of-way.
That's not true.
It's crazy. But it is.
So,
Well, Charlie and Kelly and I visited a week or two ago for the second time, subdivision in my precinct, and it was unique, wanting to move them off state highway, the mailboxes off state highway, on an area that might be suitable with the county. In the conversation with Kelly and county engineer, and we all looked at that. Now, that's not good, if we don't have a suitable place, that's still their problem, as well as the postmaster. I mean, we all met out there, and we're kind of the low man on the totem pole when it comes to saying what mailboxes, as far as where they can be and where they can't be. And am I misstating this? I mean, we're not the go-to. People call me, hey, I need to put a mailbox here on the county road. No, you gotta go to the postmaster, because they have contractors that are charging them so much a mile. And somebody says, I need, another half mile out. Well, that's, about 300 mail deliveries a year. That's 150 miles that that contract person would have to travel, and they're not gonna do it. Half mile doesn't seem that much one day, but it's a half mile in, a half mile back, and so, realistically, that adds up. And so it has to be an agreement with the postmaster first, and whether it can be changed. or move.
Well, really, I think all we're really doing here is asking Charlie to start trying to wrestle with this problem. We're not gonna eat this elephant in one seat.
No.
We've got private landowners, we've got postal service, we've got TxDOT, we've got our concerns. But if we don't start working on it at some point, nothing's gonna happen.
It
It
feels
seems
like
like
this
there ought
one
to at
is-
least be a guideline where
Right.
the public know that they have to go to the post office first, or county engineering first, or whatever, but it would be very handy to have a document out there.
Without a doubt. That's why I made the motion to accept this. But Commissioner Letts brings up very good, very valid points.
Absolutely.
These are just recommendations that we're talking about. And the problem is much bigger than just what we're talking about in this.
The problem is, I mean, there needs to be some sort of written guideline.
Yeah.
And you can't
Sure.
just say it's case by case, that just doesn't, I can't vote for that.
I think that's what he's asking us to do, is to put together some written recommendations to us, so
Then you
we
just
can have something.
then you just go back to the written recommendations and vote on it. This is case by case.
I wanted to handle it case by case with our existing driveway permitting system. I was gonna modify that permit to include specifications for a mailbox cluster. There has to be an entity that's gonna sign the document, and by signing it, they're saying, we're gonna maintain this pavement that we built. It's not gonna work on every road in the county. The one that we're visiting with Commissioner Harris on, it'll work in that one area that they've suggested, and there happens to be enough right-of-way. And so if we have that case-by-case ability, then the ones that actually do make sense, we would just issue them a driveway permit. It would be in the name, in this particular one, of the HOA, but there would also be signature blocks for the adjacent landowners. We don't have a solution for every mailbox in the county, we just don't. But this one, the HOA's worked hard, they rolled their sleeves up to come up with a solution. And it looks like really all they need is just permission from the court to be in the right of way with this mailbox cluster. And if they do it to the specifications that we have specific just for that one area, it's gonna be, that's why it needs to be case by case. This isn't gonna, I don't see us having more than maybe half a dozen of these that will actually work in the county. But this particular area, they've got a road with 60-foot of right-of-way, and we don't always have that. We do in this one.
Is there anything preventing us from addressing that on a case-by-case basis and come in with a specific request?
We could do it that way too. I could bring them in case by case to the court and let the court decide.
Well,
If you'd like.
I think at this point, if there's a problem, they're gonna bring them to us case by case, and we're gonna have to deal with them case by case. And I like your forward thinking of trying to come up with some standards and some guidelines so that we had something to kind of recommend to people. You know, go figure out, solve your own problem here, but here are the guidelines that you need to follow.
That's what we were talking about.
But we do have a motion. And did we get a second?
Yeah.
Got a second.
The alternatives for the folks that have these mailboxes is that they could get a PO box somewhere.
I know.
Sure. That's the
On
alternative.
availability.
Or they could maybe convince the postmaster to come and deliver mail if they stick a mailbox out in front of their home.
Working in federal office, you hear a lot about post office issues.
So you have to speak
Speaking
up.
box.
Yeah, I mean,
She's concerned about the elderly and the disabled.
yeah, there's a lot of people that,
Oh, I hear it.
they want it delivered to their home. I mean, they don't even want a cluster, they want it delivered to their home, so that's a hot topic.
Yeah, and I mean, the post office has their rules, and we can't change their
Yes.
rules.
Right.
But I mean, my concern, and the ones you're talking about, I totally understand on some of those on state highway and things. My concern is county roads. If somebody goes into anywhere, you know, any precinct, any county road, and they have a cluster, which is, I call a cluster, you know,
Two or
more than one mailbox. And someone decides to add, you know, have a son build a house and add another mailbox, all of a sudden they need a permit, and that's what we're saying here, and no, I won't go for that. I want them to come to the court, okay, and I'm fine with what you're worked out in precinct 4 right now, but I'm not fine with doing a blanket authority.
My understanding is that we're not gonna grant a blanket authority, we're just looking to establish some standards or guidelines, if you will, to help the public as they work through each and every process. I would almost recommend changing it from mailbox clusters to just mailboxes. If we're just gonna provide guidance, we'll still have to.
We don't have authority on mailboxes, it's up to the post office.
Post office, United States Post Office does
Well,
have their own.
We'll say that, and then they'll say, go talk to the post office first.
They do have that.
So this is only for new installations?
This is specifically for existing mailboxes that are a problem on the TxDOT highway. And TxDOT's been, they said, hey, we'll relocate these if you can give us a place.
And they're willing to pay for
So
some.
TxDOT
there-
is gonna
improvements.
take these.
There's really only,
How many
I can't remember how many locations TxDOT told us about, was it 6 or 7? It was 6 or 7, and this one out of those 6 or 7 is very viable. The other one's not so much.
If this is limited to those state highway issues, I'm okay with it,
Right.
but that's not what it says as I read it. It says, and it starts out at state highway, then we start talking about county roads. So, I mean, if it's only those that are, where TxDOT's requiring them to be moved,
Then you need to give them.
that needs to be an indication of case, I'm fine with
To
that.
move forward on this, why don't you and I sit down with Charlie and Kelly and go over this? Can we pass on
Okay.
this then
Let's do
and
that.
maybe put our heads together?
Yes, sir.
Good idea.
Okay, we'll pass on that. We'll move on to item 1.19. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for Yellow Roses Estate and the acknowledgement of completion of associated construction, of private roads and drainage. Mr. Hastings.
This proposal subdivided 408.15 acres into 13 lots. Sizes of the lots range from 20.14 to 50.03 acres. A concept plan was presented to the court on September 12, 2022. This subdivision was vested in the 2007 Kerr County Rules and Regulations on December 12, 2022 by order number 39709. Access to the proposed subdivision is from 3 newly constructed private roads known as Yellow Rose Road, Veja Bluff Road, and Gallejo Rose Drive, totaling 1.15 miles off of State Highway 39. Private roads and drainage are to be maintained by the developer and/or the homeowners association. A final walkthrough of the subdivision was conducted by the Kerr County Engineering Department on November the 2nd, 2023. Construction of the private roads and the private drainage was complete and in compliance with Kerr County subdivision regulations. Portions of the property are in the floodplain and must meet regulations for development in the floodplain. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for Yellow Roses Estates and the acknowledgement of completion of the associated construction of private roads and drainage to be maintained privately by the developer or the HOAs. This is in Precinct 4. This is doing 2 things. It's approving the plat, and it's also acknowledging that they are complete with all construction. They did not file the plat and post a bond like some folks do. They did the improvements and finished them before bringing the final plat.
I move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the final plat approval for Yellow Roses Estates and an acknowledgement that the completion of the associated construction of private roads and drainage is completed. Any discussion?
No,
Those are
nice when it's well put together.
okay. For those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.20, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. December 27, 2023 for a revision of plat for Camara lots 19 and 22.
This proposal revises and combines Lot 19, 15.24 acres as platted, and Lot 22, 13.13 acres as platted into Lot 22R, 28.34 acres. Road frontage will be on Oak Crest and Wild Ridge. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December 27, 2023 for revision of plat for Chimera, lots 19 and 22, volume 5, page 186, precinct 1.
Move for approval.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting a public meeting for Chimera lots 19 and 22 for December 27 at 10 a.m. Is there any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December 27 for revision of plat for Montebello Estates, Section 2, Lot 31.
In November 2021, Lot 31 of Montebello Estates, Section 2, 6.51 acres was originally platted, was revised and subdivided into 2 lots. The revision included a 30-foot wide access easement across Lot 31R for access, Lot 31R1, for access to an area of Lot 31R2 that is not in the floodplain. The majority of both lots are in the floodplain, so this access easement was necessary so that Lot 31R2 could have access during flood to the buildable area of their property. This proposal cancels and removes this access easement. Both proposed lots are in the floodplain and must meet requirements for development within the floodplain. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December 27, 2023 for a partial cancellation to a revision of plat for Montebello Estates, Section 2, Lot 31, file number 21-10118, Precinct 2.
I'll make a motion that we approve setting a public hearing, 10 a.m. December 27, 2023, for a revision of plat for Montebello Estates, Section 2, Lot 31.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve setting a public hearing for Montebello Estates, Section 2, Lot 31. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous.
Judge, can I make one, and this is for the clerk, when it gets advertised, make sure that it says for a partial cancellation to a revision of plat, as it's worded in here. That's critical. This is going to be a partial cancellation. It's not a revision of plat, it's a partial cancellation. They're just removing one part of that plat.
Are we talking about for item 1.22?
And that is for item 1.21.
21,
For
okay.
Montebello Estates. Yes, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item 1.22, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing at 10 a.m. on December 27, 2023 for partial cancellation and revision of plat for Wild Ranch headquarters tracks 15, 16, 21, and 25.
This one's a little bit different. They're going to both do a partial cancellation and a revision of plat, whereas the one previous is just a partial cancellation. This proposal revises and cancels parts of tracks 15, 16, 21, and 25 of the Wild Ranch headquarters. A 60-foot wide strip at the back of these 4 tracks containing a total of 16.33 acres will be canceled and removed from the subdivision, returned to unplatted property that is adjacent, and transferred to the adjacent unplatted property. This change will be reflected in revised tracks 15R, 16R, 21R, and 25R. Each tract will remain larger than 100 acres, and road frontage will not change. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December 27, 2023 for a partial cancellation and revision of plat for Wild Ranch headquarters tracks 15, 16, 21, and 25. Plat file 23-00909, precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to set a public hearing for partial cancellation and revision of plat for Wild Ranch headquarters tracks 15, 16, 21, and 25. Any discussion?
I have a question after we listen to why we got over there, but we don't need it right now.
Yes, sir.
Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Unanimous. So that's 3 hearings we have set right after Christmas. Item 1.23, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on requested surplus office furniture from the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office. Mr. Mendoza.
Good morning. These are items that were picked up from the Juvenile Detention Center for the PO.
Filing cabinet, 4 desks, and 1 chair, and they're just not in longer working condition.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the surplus furniture as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.24, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for Commissioners Court to approval to surplus 2 John Deere tractors. Ms. Hopper.
I'm going to be presenting again.
Okay.
And it's 2 John Deere tractors that will be surplus to be traded in for other equipment, which we'll present in the next item.
Make a motion to approve 1.24.
And a motion and a second to approve surplusing the John Deere tractors as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.25, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court's approval for the Road and Bridge Department to purchase 2 new John Deere 5075E 2-wheel drive cab tractors and trade in 2 John Deere 5090E 4-wheel drive cab tractors. Ms. Hopper.
First thing I wanted to say on these tractors, we were kind of given the wrong information on how much horsepower needed to be to run some of the shredders that we have. We have a couple 15-foot wide shredders that have the double wings on it. There's a difference of engine horsepower and PTO horsepower, and it's PTO horsepower that we need to make sure that we've got proper power for that. The tractors that we bought are too big. The 4-wheel drive too, tearing up your ditch line as you're coming in and out of the ditch line. So we went back to John Deere to see if they would allow us to trade in the 5090s 4-wheel drive to get the 5075 2-wheel drive. The 5090 has I think it's about a 90 horsepower motor, and the 5075s have, I think it's a 60 or 75 horsepower motor, which will suit our needs a lot better than those bigger tractors that we have. So, Road and Bridge Department would like to surplus the 2 John Deere 5090E 4-wheel drive tractors that will be used for a trade-in. We would like to purchase 2 5075E 2-wheel drive tractors for the trade-in. We paid, I think, $55,000 for each of those 5090s, and they are going to give us $50,000 per tractor. So there will be a little bit of surplus on the new tractors. So we would trade the bigger tractor in for 2 smaller ones and 2-wheel drive, not 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, low mileage on those, hours on that.
Very.
Like, I'm just curious, how many hours do we have on this tractor?
Not much.
Not much, or they wouldn't be giving us that much.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't know
surprised
exactly
they're
what it is, but I'll bet you it's probably under 50 hours.
Yeah. Enough
It's
to
not-
figure out they weren't what we needed.
If you saw them, you would go, these look brand new.
I move for approval.
A second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the purchase of 2 new John Deere 5075 tractors, and trade in the 2 5090E tractors. Any discussion?
And then I think there was something that the judge, that will need you to initialize on it, for the trade. And then I've given Jody all of that information from John Deere.
And those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Unanimous. 1.26, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval for the Road and Bridge Department to transfer a bucket truck, wood chipper, and water truck to another Kerr County department. Ms. Hopper.
The Kerr County Road and Bridge Department has 3 pieces of equipment that we would like to transfer to another Kerr County department. The transfer equipment is as follows: bucket truck, a wood chipper, and a water truck. These are items that we get requested to use for the maintenance department and over at the Hill Country Youth Exhibit Center. And we could trade this equipment in on new stuff, but we figured each year it gets more and more of the requests to use the equipment from us, and it's getting harder and harder for us to find a time to let them use this equipment, so we decided instead of in the future trading it in, that we would donate it to these two departments, so they can use it when they need to use it and not
So
have
who's gonna
to.
actually receive it and be responsible for the equipment?
Yes,
Maintenance.
yeah. And we've gone through on all of the equipment to make sure that we're not giving them something that they immediately have to put new tires on it or new blades. So our mechanic in the shop has gone through everything. But these are items that get used a lot, and I think it will help Shane and it will help at the Youth Exhibit Center to not be delayed on things and then have a backlog of things. When they're ready to do their project, they'll have their equipment to do it.
I met with Kelly and maintenance and the event center on this. The water truck be housed out at the event center because that's where it'd be used the most. It's one of those situations where it's probably of more value to us to keep it, but little it's going to be used than to trade it in. But in saying that, we appreciate Road and Bridge for doing that, voluntarily doing that and going through it, and because they could have got a little bit towards trade-in or something, but it's going to serve the county better in this.
I think it'll be a win-win for both.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
I really do.
And the maintenance staff is equipped and knows how to operate everything?
Yes, sir. We attended some of their safety classes on bucket operation and also wearing the harnesses that comes with it. So we're familiar with how to use it. And Kelly did offer some other training places where you can get more training on, like the wood chipper. Versalift offers training on that as well. So if and when needed, we have places to go for more training.
We did, when we got the last bucket truck, we had maintenance come over. We had a representative from Versalift, and we had the maintenance department, the ones that would be using the bucket truck. We invited them for the training, knowing that they would be using some of our bucket trucks. So if we get any Vermeer training with wood chipper, any of that sort of stuff, we'll be sure to include the maintenance department under that.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the transfer of the bucket truck, wood chipper, and water truck to the maintenance department from Road and Bridge. Any other discussion?
You probably would have seen the bucket truck used by maintenance last week with Christmas decorations around the courthouse.
Okay, and those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a standard rental service agreement with Cintas. This agreement is for uniform service and will go into effect December 1. Ms. Hopper.
Submitted for approval as a standard rental service agreement with Cintas. This agreement would be effective December 1, 2023. This agreement is for uniform service for Kerr County Road and Bridge employees. The county attorney has reviewed this agreement. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of the standard rental service agreement with Cintas and have the judge sign the same. Thanks.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the rental agreement as presented. Any discussion?
Yeah, just Kelly, did the rates go up, down?
They probably went up a little bit, but it was really hard finding a company that I never thought it'd be such a challenge.
Didn't you bring this to the court before and whoever it was backed out or something?
Yeah, well, there is some information that has to be put in the contract. I mean, it's law. And Jason and Heather worked with us on that, and it really, to me, was not that big of a deal, the statement, but the other company didn't want to abide by it and said, we can't do business with you. That has to be in there. And so we went to Cintas and they said, yeah, we're okay with that. So we worked with the county attorney's office. I was kind of surprised, but I think you will probably, there will be other counties that will have this issue when they go to renew their uniform thing. Because I was like, haven't you ran into this? And they said, no, you guys are the first ones, which kind of surprised me. But it basically, the verbiage in it protects Kerr County. If you all don't fund in our budget for uniforms next year, it's done. And so it protects the county from being locked into something, a long contract.
I'm glad you found a solution. and
Yeah, we are
be
too.
willing to sign
We
our
worked on
contract.
this for probably 8 or 9 months.
Very good.
Okay. No other questions? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Now we go to the 10 o'clock time item 1.28, which is to consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval of the general contract with the interstate barricades and markings regarding road striping on Scenic Hills Road North and Scenic Valley Road North. Ms. Hoffman.
Before you is a general contract with interstate barricades and markings for Scenic Hills Road North and Scenic Valley Road North. Both of these roads were chip sealed this past fiscal year, and we are now ready to have the double yellow center stripe reinstalled on both these roads. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of the general contract with interstate barricades and markings for striping on Scenic Hills Road North and Scenic Valley Road North. Both these roads are in Precinct 1, and we do have a contract to have the judge sign this in.
Got a motion and a second to approve the contract with interstate barricades and markings as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, we have an 11 o'clock time item. We did better with the 11 o'clock than we did the 10 o'clock. But that's item 1.32, which is a discussion regarding Christmas tree lighting responsibilities for the tree located on the courthouse grounds. George.
Good morning.
This is George Eigner.
First, I want to congratulate our new commissioner on your proceedings. So looking forward to your service. I don't need a decision today, but what I'm hoping is we can legitimize an institution that's pretty much been taken for granted. The courthouse lighting ceremony, believe it or not, has been going for about 50 years, started in 1982. And it's something that happens every year, but it was sponsored by the Women's Chamber and First National Bank probably for about 30 of those years. And then First National was bought out by Wells Fargo finally, and Wells Fargo took it up until 2018. And in the process of actually the Commissioners Court established the Kerrville Christmas Lighting Commission. Commissioner Williams and Gene Lehman and a couple other people started it in 1995. And so there's kind of two parallel roads there. One was for decorating, which was KCLC, and one was for the lighting ceremony, which was Women's Chamber and the bank. And where it's come to is now that Shane and his crew are doing a super job decorating the courthouse grounds. I took that over in 2018, and KCLC then lost its mission, and Wells Fargo backed out, Broadway Bank backed out of the lighting ceremony, and so by default, KCLC inherited it. There's no problem this year, we're set for this year, but it takes probably $2,000, $2,500 to fund it. For example, the light for the stage and the power setup by Paul Arredondo is $1,275. And if we were to hire a sound system, that'd probably be another $700, $800. But Jam Radio's providing the sound system units here, and Paul cut his price down to $1,000. And so we have sponsors for that. But Commissioner Letts talked about there was an agency or an office in the county here someplace that you thought could become a potential point of contact for making this more intentional for the future. First of all, is this something we want to continue? If it went for about 3 or 4 people, there wouldn't nothing be happening. So
Let me put this in my words. George called me, and what we've got here, we've got a 50-year-old tradition, a progeny of our forefathers. And we now have a child without a parent to take care of. And George is retired. He's done his share. So the question is, do we want to continue this tradition? And if so, who's going to be responsible, and what are we going to be responsible for?
yeah, exactly.
And of course, George and I are old friends. He says he's ready to pass the torch. And I told him, I played his floor, so I who's going to carry this torch. So that's where we are. It's In my opinion, I think it's for granted that everybody likes the tree lighting ceremony. This is a very worthwhile thing that we do. And since George is rotating off, then it falls to us to find how we're going to continue.
Well, and if you judge or any of the commissioners want to participate in this year, you know, I don't know that anybody's ever been, any of the commissioners or the county judges have been part of the actual lighting ceremony. 2 years ago when we did it on top of the drive, Judge Kelly did the countdown.
And that was COVID year, wasn't it?
Yeah. But, you know, since it's a county building and a county, pretty much a county function, like I said, I don't need a decision today, but I'd just like to plant a seed, maybe if you think about that.
But the lighting ceremony is this Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Right. And all the work's been done. What we're looking here is, we don't want to just end the ceremony Saturday night and not have a plan going forward.
Maybe with this, you being on YouTube and this problem being aired and the press here, maybe we can get some volunteers to step up. Or maybe somebody to say, hey, I'll take that and run with it.
Well, I think the first thing we do is we thank George for all you've done these years. We appreciate your service. Been a great service to the people. And in terms of the ceremony itself, I think the consensus is that we want to continue. I don't see anybody shaking their head. And then thirdly, we need to constitute a group to take responsibility under our tutelage or blessing or authorization to continue the service.
Yeah, I'll be happy to help you. And, you know, we got folks on the committee that be, you know, don't just want to abandon it, but to maybe get something official set up, you know, that
It could be a very smooth transition.
yeah.
So I want this to be a public appeal for volunteers to help us with
Good.
this. And we'll bring this subject up again. Invite everybody to enjoy the ceremony this Saturday. And
You want to come and help do the countdown?
well, I've got my wife's birthday. I have to find out what we're doing.
George, one more time, what was the budget for the ceremony?
About $2,500.
$2,500.
Yeah, and this year we have, we got $500 from Texas Subcountry Bank. We have hopefully another $500 coming in. We have an anonymous donors giving us $250, and that will cover the rental of the throne for Santa from the Hill Country Arts Foundation and $1,000 for Paul Arredondo. So it's $1,250 is our budget this year. Everybody else is volunteer, the musicians and sound and all that. But Commissioner Lance, who did you suggest you thought might be
I don't remember. But, I mean, I think it's, our maintenance department is over time taking over more and more of the setup
decorations.
and decorations and doing all that.
And I
It's
talked to
just-
Shane.
Right, it's just the event itself.
Yeah.
That needs some help. And I think maintenance would probably work with helping on the stage and some of that lighting, probably that. It's really just probably the sound. I don't know, do we have any kind of sound equipment that works? I mean, we do a lot of events.
We do not have any sound equipment. We've done in the past to provide the power hookup for that, for the sound, and light, in the light bars and what was necessary. But as far as sound equipment, we don't have that.
It sounds like that's being taken care of though, isn't it, George? The sound.
Well, that's one of the things that has to be
Yeah,
done.
Jam Radio doing that, but I didn't think the county had any lighting.
Well, we may not, I mean, I look at this as something that I think the county can sort of participate in, needs to participate in. Sound system is something that we should have. Bottom line is, we do a lot of ceremonies on this courthouse square, and the sound's usually pretty bad. So that's something I want to look at during the budget period, as sort of sound equipment, and then the lighting, you know, it would make sense to me for the county to put in the budget, and we're not talking about a lot of money, I don't think, to do that, look at a budget item, and then have kind of the county taking it over, makes the most sense to me. I mean, you can always still get donations and people to come and, you know, serving hot chocolate or doing other events and doing things, but, it's great to get the volunteers and the sponsors, but at the same time, I think it's more important for the community that this happens, and if that means the county to step up a little more, I'm fine with that.
It can be a partnership.
A partnership, yeah. And we do need someone to coordinate, and that's what we really need, is someone to coordinate.
We need another George.
Need another George.
Well, and as far as money, it needs to be done early in the year too. Like all the banks bailed out on us because it was too late. You know, you need to start in January and February for their budget. So, but I really appreciate you giving me time to bring this up in your consideration of it. I think it's important. I think it needs to be continued, and like I said, I'll be happy to do whatever I can to get a good transition going. So maybe we get together at first of the year and figure something out.
George, what time is the ceremony Saturday?
It's roughly 7:30. It's after the parade.
So it's kind of the culmination of the
Yeah,
parade.
yeah. The entertainment this year, we got the Tybee Show Choir. Seth Lafler is bringing the Tybee Choir for our entertainment, and Jeff Talrico's the Santa Claus. Jeffrey Brown's going to be our master of ceremonies. I got me and 2 other people are going to be the combo to provide incidental music, and then we announce the parade winners. That's the other thing. So the ceremony is really not all that much, and then the countdown is a big deal. The women's chamber is going to serve hot chocolate in the gazebo, and so like I said, so we're covered. But again, thank you for your time and your interest.
Thank you, George. Okay, the last item on the consideration agenda, except for the things that we passed, is item 1.33, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to clarify and amend general provisions, paragraph 4. We need to go into executive on this, or we'll do this in general?
Probably executive to explain what the problem.
So,
There's 2 proposals.
There are 2 proposals.
so with that, let's go into executive session, take a 5-minute break. 5.
We need, yeah,
Deb's on her way.
excuse me?
Where's this meeting at?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
To,
I don't know, where's the EIC meeting? City Hall?
okay.
Probably council chambers, I would think, but I don't know.
For
Arcade Club, I don't know.
November,
I've never been to an EIC.
No, it should be on October report.
oh, okay.
See what
Yeah,
it's all about.
yeah, so just do like yeah.
I assume it's open to the
They're all
public.
It is, it's a public hearing.
Yeah, notice, yeah.
Parts of it are open to the public. The public hearings are open to the public, but the rest of it, I think, is closed.
I haven't been to one since y'all started there.
I added it to here.
Well, the city would post it, but yeah, the public hearing has to be.
What do you want me to do? I'm so sorry.
Well, I didn't know if you knew about it.
Yes, yeah. You good? I heard her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 12:47, we've come out of the executive session, and the next item on the agenda, I'm going to call 5.1, which is the action that may be required on matters discussed in executive session. And we'll go back and call item 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding interlocal agreement for the improvement of Al Mooney Road from the intersection with Peterson Farm Road to its intersection with Memorial Boulevard, State Highway 27, and a portion of Peterson Farm Road from its 300 block to its intersection with Al Mooney Road.
I make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement for the improvement of Al Mooney Road from its intersection with Peterson Farm Road to the intersection of Memorial Boulevard, State Highway 27, and a portion of Peterson Farm Road from its 300 block to its intersection with Al Mooney Road.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion?
Yeah, didn't we discuss that we need to add in there with, abundant
This-
caution that this will only happen if this project actually moves forward?
So what do you say?
And this is subject to the project moving forward.
Substitute product.
Then I'm happy.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Next item on the agenda that we're going to take up is 1.33. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to clarify and amend general provisions paragraph 4.
This one.
Heather looks like she's probably ready to say.
I'm calling the second part of it option 2
Okay.
in my notes, if that's what y'all would like to call it,
Okay?
with the modifications that we talked about. Changing the step 3 to, the underlined portion, step 3 to 2 steps above the grade to which the position is allocated.
And on both,
Both B.
B1 and B2, the discretionary should be may, not will.
Got it. And I'll change that later on this afternoon or first thing in the morning and get it to y'all and Jody, if that's all right.
So,
With that, I'll make a motion that our general provisions are modified, paragraph 4 of general provisions are modified with the language.
option 2,
Option 2, and with clarifications are made.
and with paragraph 4B1 and 4B2, using the permissive form of may rather than will.
Yes. That was my motion.
The people watching this have no clue what we're talking about, probably. So this pertains to,
Item 1.33, the general provisions, paragraph 4 is where it starts.
okay. But this deals with, pay for,
Stepping grade and hiring. Stepping grade and hiring of person.
So we've got a motion, we got a second, any discussion? I know this is kind of technical, but we have to amend the policy to conform with the intent of the policy for our recruiting and retention employees.
that's right,
So this is just tweaking what language that was already in our policy.
specifically Sheriff's Office in Road and Bridge.
And Sheriff's Law, KCSO, and Road and Bridge.
Right.
So, with that explanation, we've got a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous. Okay, that's all we have on executive items. Let's go back to the approval agenda. We'll start with 2.1, which is budget amendments.
Yes, you have 3 budget amendments in front of you. The first one and the last one are more like firming up what we ended last year with, and so it matters on what we have available for the next year. One is the Operation Stone Garden that you heard the Sheriff's Office speak about earlier, and then the other one is for the actual remainder amount for the animal control facility. And then the one in the middle is for adding the part-time temporary position for the Ag Extension Office.
I move for approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.2, pay the bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,203,181.82.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
They're not in.
2.4, auditor reports.
They're not in.
Thank you. Item 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes, for October 2023, Constables Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 1, Kyle Snyder, Precinct 2, Paul A. Gonzalez, Precinct 3, J.B. Ryder, Precinct 4, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters, Kerr County Auditor's Office, County Auditor Tanya Shelton, Payroll Approval, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan, District Clerk Report, Don Lance, Justice of the Peace, Mitzi French, Precinct 1, J.R. Hone, Precinct 2, Kathy Mitchell, Precinct 3, Bill Ragsdale, Precinct 4. I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous. Court orders.
We have our court orders from our October 23rd meeting, numbers 40281 through 40297, and from our November 6th meeting, number 40298. They all look to be in order, in good shape. Make a motion to approve all of them.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Information agenda. A long meeting, but 3.1, any status reports from department heads. Ms. Hoffman.
I just wanted to let the court know we did finish our seal coat season. It's now too cold, but we got 44.52 miles completed, and I've been 8 short. But in 2016-17 is when I came to the court and said, hey, we really need to be doing about 50 miles a year and get on a 10-year cycle. And you all funded it, and I'll just kind of go through so far. 17-18 was the first year. We got 50.92 miles. Prior to this, we were getting 25 miles done. 18-19, 55.69, 19-20, 54.77, 20-21, 40.05, 21-22, 53.28, and this year 44.52. So we have 4 more years left on this 10-year cycle, and I did the math, and if all we really need to get done is 40 miles a year for the next 4 years, and we will have hit all of our roads in a 10-year period, which is a feat in itself, plus being 8 people short. So I couldn't be happier with the staff. It's hard when you're that short, but they really showed me that, they still can get the job done, and I think they did it well. So I've been noticing a difference with our roads. I think they look a lot better than they have in the past. For those of you who haven't been on the court very long, when we were doing 25 miles, what happened was the court was having a hard time balancing the budget, and the road administrator at the time had decided that year to give back a portion of our rock and oil money, and we never did get back to where we needed to be. And it really started to show, and then you all had asked me to do the administrator position, and I was like, we need to get back to doing 50 miles. So we really are in really, really good shape. And I think if the court will stay with this program, I think it will more than prove itself. But I wanted to share that with you because I really didn't think we'd even hit 40 this year, so.
Well, let me share this with you. When this thing started back in 17, I was sitting in those seats. You remember?
Yep.
And I remember hearing your presentation and thinking, my God, we're that far behind in our road work. And for those of you that don't know, Kerr County is the first county in the state of Texas that has all paved county roads. And we're proud of it. But when you started setting these goals, 50 a year, I didn't think you could do it. And my hat's off to you, Coach, because you did it.
Yeah.
And it's, you say the integrity of the county road system in Kerr County.
Yep.
And we are eternally grateful.
And I'm very grateful for the staff I have. I have to say, even though we're short, I've got every single one of them is quality. So I keep saying I'd rather have quality than quantity, but we hope to fill up all of those positions eventually. But for the newer members too, you may not know, we maintain 603 roads, and it's about 460 miles. And when we're full, including myself, we have 28 people to cover that much, so it's a lot of roads to maintain.
Give me those numbers again, 603 roads?
603 roads, and it's right around 460 miles.
Well, people don't know what they can do till they're challenged, and they've stepped up, and I've said this numerous times. I've said it to you and your people, that y'all make us look good.
I appreciate that. So, but anyways, I wanted to update you on that and let you know that the money that you have given us every year for this program, it's working.
I have a question. I certainly want to commend you and the staff, because I've gotten to know most of you pretty well this year, and I agree that you guys are doing a great job. But my question is, okay, you mentioned the 50 miles per year target, but you also said 40. You're happy at 40. So to clarify, what's your goal? Is it 40
Well,
miles
it is
or
50.
50? And
Short
It is
8 people.
50, but if you do the math,
yeah.
if we got 50 miles in 9 years, we're pretty close to completing it.
Yeah.
But you gotta have some extra in there because of the weather. If we have a really, really wet year, you won't get 50. And it's not because the staff isn't capable of the weather.
So I just want to
So-
be clear that the goal is still 50.
It is
You
50.
said you'd be happy at 40. And that's because
Well-
That's what's gonna take you to done.
Yeah.
Right.
That's when we're gonna have all 603 roads.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
You don't-
those 50s in there, that 55.69, that 54.77, and that 53.28 has helped us
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
not being able to get
Those are some of our
50.
drought
So,
years.
so this
Yes.
year was the big problem, weather that kept us from 50?
Yeah, a little bit with the
Came in at
weather,
34?
trying to get water. We've got to have water to build roads.
Sure.
And so that's been challenging too. We've had to buy water from the city of Kerrville wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
So it's been challenging, but like I said, I got the final numbers on Friday, and I was like, wow, that's really great that you guys.
Make sure those numbers get posted on our website.
I will.
Good
Get
job.
ready to put them on there.
All right. Thank you.
You gotta aim high, you don't wanna aim at minimum.
Any other department heads? We'll move on to 3.2, status reports from elected officials. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners. Okay, there being no other business before the court, we are adjourned.